Hello.
Hello.
I have Randy Guyton.
You have to wait on. You have to wait on me to call you, Mr. Marcos.
Excuse me?
You have to wait on me to call you.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Wonderful. And you? Good morning.
Okay, first up is Mr. Mons.
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Mons, you're here on right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Calling case number 2006-004401. People in the state of Michigan versus George Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, felony possession by a gun. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, 4, weapons, felony firearm. The victim has a conviction that is worth defense notes.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Douglas Mons, P4916, on behalf of Mr. Wright. Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Wright was trying to get into the meeting. I would waive his presence at this time. We're asking this matter to be set for exam.
We'll waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is September 6th at 9 o'clock?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, September 6th at 9 o'clock, final we continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, are we going to schedule the other George Wright case on the same date and time?
Sure, because we don't have Mr. Dillard here yet.
Okay.
We'll see if I can work that out. If not, he'll have another day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Margolis.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you ready on Guyton?
I am.
Okay.
Calling case number 2-805-852801 for the state of Michigan versus Randy Guyton. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Elliot Margolis, P28078, on behalf of Randy Guyton, who should be on Zoom. If he's not, I'll waive his presence.
I'm on.
Guy, what's your name for the record?
I'm on.
Tell me your name.
Randy Guyton.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Margolis?
We're requesting a preliminary examination.
How's September 6th at 9:15?
I have two other matters, one that's going to require my presence. Can I make it about 11 o'clock?
Okay, September 6th at 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're gonna have to help me with this last name. Erzbach? Are you still here, Ms. Erzbach?
Hello.
You're all set, Mr. Guyton.
Okay, so September 6th at 11 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wright. George Wright, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your next
Can you-
court date is September 6th at 9 o'clock, sir. That's in person in 36th District Court.
That's only one.
Okay, sir.
Oh, hang on, because you have another case too. We're waiting on your other attorney to show up.
All right.
Okay? Go anywhere. You're all set, Mr.
Okay.
Guyton. Help me with that last name. Is that Bursback? Bursback?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Charlotte Birschbach from the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Marvin Blackwell, P number 86740.
The case.
Calling case number 2105-842601, people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Blackwell. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do rape, violent crime, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Charlotte Birschbach from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740 on behalf of Mr. Blackwell.
Mr. Blackwell, tell us your name for the record.
Marvin Blackwell.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Bursback?
So, Your Honor, I'm still missing full discovery in this case. We've requested it twice. We are asking it that it be set for an exam, but I'm also asking for an order for discovery to be passed prior to the exam date.
Can I just ask what discovery you're looking for?
We have not received any paper discovery or digital discovery, so I'm asking for any and all discovery that the people have.
Okay, I'll send you the paper discovery right now. There's no name in the system, but there is no digital discovery for this case.
Okay,
So-
understood. One additional specific thing I'm just requesting on the record would be the attempt to apprehend log, if that exists. I know this is an older case, so any record of attempting to apprehend him on the warrant.
All right, I'll write that down.
And if you'd like, I can message you. I can email you my email.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Bursback, are you demanding an exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination, House September 6th at 9:30.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, was that September 6th?
Yes,
Brief indulgence.
September 6th at 9:30, bond will be continued.
That works for the defense. Thank you. And may myself and Mr. Blackwell be excused, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Barnwell. How can I help you? Ms. Barnwell? Ms. Barnwell, can you hear me?
Yes. Morning, Judge. 1 second. I'm trying to get my sound. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You're here on Ivory?
Yes, Judge. I am here on Martez.
Ivory.
God, I don't know what my problem is. 1 second. I'm here on Martez Ivory, Judge.
I know, okay.
Calling case number 2305 853101 for the state of Michigan versus Martez I. Charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell, P42505.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Barnwell?
We're requesting an exam, Judge.
How was September 6th at 9:45?
September 6th, I'm in a jury trial that starts on the 5th. September 11th, I'm in another jury trial. The one on the 5th is a homicide, as the one in the 11th is a first-degree murder.
What about September 8th?
1 split second. The 8th is good, Judge. Can I be there at 1:30? Because I have so many things in the morning.
Okay, September 8th at 1:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have a good day.
Thank you.
Ms.
You can log
Robinson.
out now, Mr. Ivory.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes, Your Honor.
good morning. How can I help?
Good morning. I'm here for Mr. Clark Simmons for PCC. He's in the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. Did you want to wait on him or waive his presence?
I wanted to make a bond argument, Judge. Would I need him? I guess I would need him for that, I imagine.
Necessarily.
All right. I can proceed then.
Okay.
Case number 2305 852501 for the state of Michigan versus Clark Simmons. Defendant is charged in count assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, if it may please the court, Sarah Robinson, P63181 for Mr. Clark Simmons, who is currently incarcerated in the Wayne County Jail.
Are you waiving his presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, I'm requesting a preliminary examination. I'm also requesting digital discovery, body worn camera.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination, House September 6th at 10 o'clock.
I started jury trial, Judge, at Frank Murphy that day. It should go about 2 days, I think.
10 o'clock?
What time, sir?
10 o'clock, September 11th.
I have 3 preliminary exams in Macomb County that morning, Judge. I apologize. Is the afternoon available?
September 11th at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
September 11th at 1:30, bond will be continued.
May I make a bond argument?
Go ahead.
My client is almost 70 years old. He is a CPL holder. He has no prior criminal history. He is a homeowner. He has serious health issues, including but not limited to chronic arthritis. He recently had a surgery and needs follow-up care. Again, he's almost 70 years old with no criminal history at all.
So what happened at the bond redetermination hearing?
I don't know, I wasn't there, Judge.
Sorry?
I apologize, I wasn't there. I think the MIDC people are there. I don't know what happened.
People?
Your Honor, I do find this a little bit odd. I agree with everything that defense counsel has said, and I'm not sure why his bond wasn't lowered. I'm not sure if we're missing something or not here, but given just the facts as they are, I would not object to a reduction in bond at this time. But again, I don't know what happened at the other hearings.
What is this present bond? Ms. Robinson?
I'd have to look it up, Judge. Excuse me. I almost have it, Judge.
He's on a personal bond. He's probably waiting on a tether.
Well, that takes. Is the court requiring a tether for him? Is that something the people would object to him having a tether, not having a tether?
I would request a tether at this point.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Honor. We'll see you on September 11th.
Okay. Fine, continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back. Why are you back?
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm wondering if we could readdress Mr. Blackwell. He has some questions about the tether restrictions. I'm asking to modify so that he can work.
Recalling case 21058-42601, people versus Marvin Blackwell. Appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Charlotte Birchback from NDS, P number 86740. Your Honor, the current restrictions, he's on a tether, but he was given time out to work from, I believe his curfew is 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. He's concerned because sometimes he stays later at his job. Sometimes he'll be there until 6 p.m. And then on the weekends, he works from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., I believe. He seems to have worked out with the tether officer that that's been fine so far because the officer can see that he is in fact at work. But we're just asking that the curfew restrictions essentially are in line with what his job hours are.
Those are some very liberal hours. Where is he working 12 hours a day?
I work at Lear Corporation.
Lear Corporation.
For 12 hours a day, every day?
Sometimes we work 12 hours, not every day. Sometimes it's mandatory 12 hours.
Your Honor, he's a team lead there, and so he's there supervising 12 other people. And so there are times when he needs to be there later or earlier, I believe.
People?
Your Honor, I don't have any objection at this time.
So long as he's able to verify that employment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Knapp?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How can I?
I'm here on a DeMarco Anderson. We were told to zoom into Judge Giles's court. We did, and they said that we needed to, it was wrongly put in his docket and needed to come to your court. My client was online on Zoom for that hearing, Your Honor. I don't know why he hasn't made, oh, there he is, under Marco Anderson. We're just asking this matter be scheduled for a preliminary exam.
Well, I have
And good
bad
morning.
news. I have some bad news for you, because you didn't allow me to call the case. You're gonna have to repeat all that when I.
I'm
Okay?
sorry. Okay. I got too anxious.
Okay, let me call it.
Calling case number 2305-794701 for the state of Michigan versus DeMarco Anderson. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, larceny from the person, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, interfering with the crime report, count 5, knowingly assault or assault and battery for an individual, count 6, domestic violence. Defendant is a official offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, and Ms. Drain. Leslie Knapp, P34696, appearing on behalf of the defendant, DeMarco Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, tell us your name for the record.
DeMarco Anderson.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Knapp?
Your Honor, we're asking this matter be scheduled for a preliminary exam.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is September 6th at 10 o'clock?
Pretty bad, Your Honor. I have 3 other courtrooms that day. I know you have stuff available on September 11th. I could do anytime that morning.
I'd rather do sooner than later.
Oh, okay. Whoa, I could do Friday, the 8th.
You don't have any time up on September 6th?
I have an exam in the afternoon in Romulus, and as I said, 3 other cases that morning. I could do the 7th.
No, that's my homicide day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How about September 8th at 9:15?
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right, September 8th at 9:15, that'll be in person in 36th District Court. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Mr. Anderson, I'll call you. You're all
Okay.
set now. You can go. Bye-bye.
Mr. Whitey, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Very good, very good.
What can I help you with?
We have Rojos today.
Rojas?
Yep, for PPC.
Okay. Great.
Calling case number 2305-845001 of the state of Michigan versus Daniel Rojas. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, not obstructing. Count 3, police officer fleeing for the criminal code. Count 5, malicious destruction of personal property, stand $200. Count 6, assault or assault and battery. Count 7, knowingly assault or assault and battery of a pregnant individual. Count 8, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning again, Your Honor. Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Mr. Daniel Rojas, who is present by way of Zoom.
Mr. Rojas, tell us your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Rojas.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Whitey?
Your Honor, I did meet with my client yesterday by Zoom, explained his rights to him with respect to a preliminary examination. He wishes to waive his right to a preliminary examination and be bound over to the circuit court.
Mr. Rojas, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint warrant. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed it?
Yeah.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
Sorry?
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
Say
No
it again.
objection, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be September 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. The bond will be continued.
And Your Honor, if I could request with bond, he did have a redetermination hearing. We just asked for a referral to the pretrial services unit for possible
Sure.
recommendation.
Sure, I can do that. No problem.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
You too. Who was that, B? What's you, princess? I run out of attorneys. You're all set, Mr. Rojas.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mons, why are you still here?
Just wanted to make sure what was gonna happen in Mr. Wright's other case, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Judge King, that's all I have for you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Sorry, what's the date on Quentin Allen?
Sorry?
We do Quentin Allen.
No.
Oh, okay. You got one person. You hear me? Evans is your prison.
Good morning, Mr. Goldpaw.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing fine, thank you, sir.
You're here on Allen?
Yes, I am, and I see he's on. I've spoken to him. Today's the
Okay.
PCC, Your Honor. We're going to demand.
Case.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Call the case.
Call the case number 2305-846201 before the state of Michigan versus Quentin Allen. Defendant is charged in count 1, firearm possession by felon. Count two, weapons stolen, firearm, second offense notice. Count three, domestic violence, second offense notice. Count, defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Your Honor, John Goldport, P 3075 on behalf of Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen, tell us your record.
My name is Quentin Allen.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Goldfarb?
Your Honor, at this time, we have spoken to Mr. Allen. We wish to hold our exam in person.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is September 6th at?
Your Honor, I'm unavailable. At what time did you say?
What time are you available?
If we could move this to the 8th, I'd appreciate it, Your Honor.
September 8th at 10:45.
That should be fine, Your Honor. I have some matters over in Third Circuit, but I'll be available. Or even we can make it a little bit later. That'd be perfect as well.
September 6th, September 8th at 10:45.
Fine. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allen, I'll talk to you next week.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you
Yeah,
can
did you
leave.
say-
I'll talk to you during the week. It's next Friday on the 8th at 10:45.
Okay.
In Judge King's Court, but I'll talk to you next week. All right?
Okay.
The paper
Is it in
discussion.
person?
Yes, it is in person.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Castro.
Judge, can I leave, Judge?
Yes,
Yes,
you
sir.
can, Mr. Allen.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Castro,
Good morning, Your
here.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I'm here on Miss Princess Sturdivant.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-851-301 for the state mission versus Princess Sturdivant. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, weapon stolen firearm. Count three, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Castor from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Miss Princess Sturdivant, P number 80549.
Ms. Sturdivant, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
My name is Princess Sturdivant.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Castro?
Your Honor, if we can set this matter for a preliminary examination, please.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How September 6th at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock, Judge, I can make it work.
Okay, September 6th at 10 o'clock. That's in person, Ms. Sturdivant, in 36th District Court, okay?
On what day?
September 6th at 10 o'clock.
So the September 5th date that I have is voided. Now,
Yes, ma'am. September 6th at 10 o'clock.
okay.
And Ms. Drain, if you have any digital discovery, would you please forward it to me?
Yes, I don't have any right now. I've requested it from the officer in charge. As soon as I get it, I'll send it.
Thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Ms. Sturdivant, you can go ahead and log off, ma'am.
So just to clarify, September the 6th at 10 a.m. at the 36th District Court.
Yes, ma'am. And you and I will talk after court.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Does the name Calvin Campbell mean anything? How about Dovey Lee?
Not to me, Judge.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can I help you? Unmute yourself, sir.
Hi, yes, I'm Calvin Campbell.
I can see that.
Have probable cause meeting.
You're not on my docket today. What are you charged with?
Huh?
You're not on my docket today. What are you charged with?
I'm not charged with anything. I'm the victim.
Oh.
It's the state of Michigan versus Monique DeVita Williams.
Okay.
That's not on my, oh, yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Drain, did you want to talk to him?
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
I'll put you in the breakout room.
Thank you.
Sir, join the breakout room, okay?
All right.
Talk to the prosecutor.
You want me to talk to the prosecutor?
Yes, sir. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Go ahead and join. Yes, can I help you? Connect your audio. Connect your audio. Sir, I didn't even know that was you. Why you got Zoom user up instead of your name?
Well, I don't know. Right now, I got technical issues. My whole system has gone down with AT&T on their service in terms of an outage in my area.
Okay,
I've been
let me
down
get
since
you.
Wednesday. Huh?
Aren't you supposed to be in trial somewhere?
Trial?
I thought you told me you had a trial. That's why I said it today. Nevertheless, let's do.
My trial was that was resolved. If that's the same one. If let me see.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
that
case was resolved.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it was a trial for today.
Calling case number 2006063201. It will say Michigan versus George Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felon, firearm. Count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
For the record, Joseph Dillard, P 37225.
Okay, it looks like I lost my prosecutor. Anyway, oh, that's right, she's in the breakout. Let me get her out of there. Mr. Wright, tell us your name again for the record.
George Wright.
Mr. Dillard, Mr. Wright has another case that we set for exam on September 6th at 9 o'clock. Are you available around that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I have and that'll be in person, correct?
That's correct. So we'll say September 6th at 9:15, okay?
That'll be for a preliminary exam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, I still need to make a record with the prosecutor.
Right.
In terms of that, there's some witnesses that I would like to have present.
Ms. Drain, we're doing the other right case. Mr. Dillard has made his appearance. Your appearance for the record, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
We set his exam for September 6th at 9:15.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
He said he wanted to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Mr. Dillard.
For that date, for the 6th, if I would like if the prosecutor would bring in the 2 officers who were on the in the investigation. That's Scott and Sangar, and officer the 911, and also I need those 911 records. I believe that's Officer Mayor badge 484.
For what? The 911 call?
For the 911 call, unless you just allow the 911 call without that person being there.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I'm going to use it, but
I'll get it and send it to you.
Okay. And so you'll waive that person's presence.
Yes.
In terms of I didn't receive anything regarding ballistics of any records regarding that.
I don't have any record that there was any ballistics done.
Okay. And let's see. And that ought to be, just send me everything that you have.
Okay, I already did send you everything that I have, so anything more that you'd want, I would have to specifically request it from the officers. And just remember, this is a 2020 case, so.
Yeah, I can appreciate it, but still I need it.
I sent you everything that I have. So if there's anything more specific other than the subpoenas and the 911 call, you'll just let me know.
Okay. All right. And so I'll see you on the 6th.
Okay.
All right. I'll be looking. Tell me, do you know when you may be getting that information to me?
I'm gonna email the OIC today.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Drain.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to see you.
You too.
Mr. Usgar, good morning.
Okay. Have a good day. Thank you, Anna.
You too.
All right.
Mr. Wright, you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Upshaw, you're here on Monique Williams.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Calling case number 2305-847801. People of the state of Michigan versus Monique Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Randall Upshaw, P number 43574, on behalf of Ms. Williams. We waive her appearance. I think she's on Zoom with us under Monique's iPhone, but I would be willing to waive her appearance.
Tell me your name for the record, Ms. Williams. Unmute yourself.
Monique Williams.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Upshaw?
Your Honor, we are holding an exam, but the date that was originally scheduled is a bad date for me. I would ask for a different date.
Well, I don't go by those dates anyway. I set my own dates.
Okay.
Are you September 6th at 10 o'clock?
No, Your Honor.
Are you available anytime on September 6th?
Your Honor, I have a case up in Sanilac on September the 6th. Unfortunately, my client didn't speak English, so they're making me come all the way up there. But any day besides September the 6th should be good.
Well, September 8th.
Your Honor, may I have it? Are you available at 9 o'clock or something close to that?
I can do 10:15.
Do you have an afternoon docket, Your Honor?
I can do 12 o'clock.
Don't mean to be a hard person, but is there any other time that's available to this court?
Why don't you tell me what time you're looking for?
Okay, I'm available on the 7th. Anytime after.
7th is my.
Okay, I'm available.
That week you have the 6th and the 8th.
Your Honor, my client is willing to waive her right to have that hearing within 21 days. If we can go with, if it has to be a Tuesday and a Thursday, Your Honor,
Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, or Friday.
I'm definitely available on the 15th, Your Honor.
What about the 11th? Almost any time on the 11th. Almost.
Your Honor, if it's okay, I would like to make it 9 o'clock on the 11th.
Let's do
9:15.
9:15.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
September 11th at 9:15. Bond will be continued.
Have a good day, sir.
And Your Honor, may I address bond? Just one issue I want to address. As this court knows, the complainant was present on Zoom. I think he's still present. I did speak with him. He did indicate to me that he received 2 phone calls, one from the complainant's brother and one from the complainant's cousin, asking him to not go forward with these criminal charges. So I would just ask for an instruction from the court that there be no contact by the complainant or her family by the defendant or her family with the complainant.
Ms. Williams, your family is going to get you locked up. Tell them to stay out of it. Unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
I had no idea that my family spoke with him, Your Honor.
I suggest you have a conversation with them and let them know that they're putting you in jeopardy of getting put in jail.
I will.
And stay out of it, okay? No contact.
I sure will.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Upshaw. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor.
And don't wear that rag to court. Okay, I think that's it for the PCCs. I think you're all set, Ms. Grant.
Okay, yes, I think so. I did send an email to Ms. Reynolds about a case I was informed about yesterday. It is a DV case that should have been set in your courtroom, and it was set on Judge Sabri's docket. And so someone handled the PCC and they set an exam for the 31st, which is Thursday. So I was just hoping that this case could be.
First,
Pardon?
what time did they set it for on the 31st?
Noon, I believe. But that's
not.
it's right, it's Thursday, so
They had set it for the morning, I could have done that. They set it for 9 o'clock or so, but we're gonna have to set that for another PCC on the 31st.
okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Everyone have a good day and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
You do it to 11:30 now?
Yes.
How you think? Okay. Come on. Yes, sir. So what 11:30?
11:30, yes.
Thursday, I give you like a ticket, ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
What?
A ticket.
A parking ticket?
No,
Okay.
you said it's drunk driving. Chinese food. He said.
I want somebody to take me to.
Okay. All right. Okay, I will. All right. Ms. Grace said, hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, What's your last? I'm not sure. I know this one next here. September 20. Yeah, I'm sorry. His name is Ms. Petito. His phone is 31224 777. Yes. Judge King. If you say that, what's his last name? This case, I'm not sure. We should know tomorrow. Arlington. 8:30. Yes. So I do not.
Hey. How are you? Okay. So you've been digging in, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
Shanice Moore, that's an attorney. Yeah, that's what Miss Grady is like. Looking for that tape. She says. They call it drunk driving. And they thought they sent the ticket to you. I told them,
I'm supposed to go Saturday. Back to your place. Oh, you need your.
You don't mind it being open? I was just gonna close it while I'm up. Yeah, close it. Okay. Let's close it. It's always cold here. It's always cold here. One of them second. One of those. This one. Can I have a good help yourself? That's the lady that used to help them share with the training school. And she used to bake cake.
No, that was on, but amazing, that, mom's story, but Teddy, in the library. She didn't tell Sherry.
I mostly remember her name.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Sweet baby.
So sad.
That's a family reunion.
That's the last back down here. I've been trying to tell my people how important those family reunions are, because I used to do them every year. But I got tired because the next generation won't step up. I did it for 30-some years. Wow. And they just will not step up. So my brother was like, well, it look like we don't have to give something because nobody's doing anything. And then we, you got great nieces and nephews coming on the scene. They won't even know us.
And it's important also, so you might go end up marrying them. My sister almost started dating my cousin. They were in high school. They were like in high school, and they found out before they really fell in love. They were friends. And come to find out they were cousins. Yeah, it's nasty.
So my youngest son, so all of them be on Facebook now. And they, my young son, every day, Mom, we got a cousin named such and such. We got a cousin named this, and they live here. I'm like, yeah. I told him, I said, that's why those family reunions were so important, where you can get to know your people that don't live right here in Detroit. Now all of a sudden, my son never wanted to go to the picnics, outside Detroit. We need to host a picnic, and so everybody can come, or we need to go with. I told him he should have been going with us when we were going.
And then our problem is,
one year, I told my brother, because it was always me, my mother, she's gone, my brother right over me, and my oldest sister, and my youngest brother. No matter what I need, they were there for me through the whole 30 years. So, like I said, I told him, y'all, I'm tired, because one year we hosted the picnic, and everybody, we don't step up, we don't help. So I signed everybody, you bring this, you bring that, you do this, you do that. Girl, the pop didn't get there till 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Everybody looking at me, where's the pop? I have to, when I post something, it's gotta be right, it's on time, because I'm ready to eat at noon. I ain't that 1, 2, no, I'm ready to eat. So, like I said, the pop didn't come till like 6 o'clock. Luckily, I had everything I told somebody to do, I kind of brought a little. It was, the sweets didn't get there till 2 o'clock.
what did it
Sweets.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody come early to help set up the tent.
Right.
One year, I loaded up by myself and took all the stuff. It was my sons, they lazy. Wouldn't get up, they know I'm early. We know some things, normally we would do it at Metro. We get, me and my old brother right over me, we get out there at 6 o'clock, we setting up, you gotta put them tents in, and all they had that water ready.
And you gotta get a spot. Somebody else get it.
Well, we've been, getting our spot ahead of time, so we know where we the shelter. Yeah, so we knew where we would be. So that was one, we this thing, we had to do this for many years. That's what we did, got our fifth, sixth, 5 minutes a spot. We stopped there, we started ordering the shelter.
But I think it's me, my sister, and a couple of cousins. Usually organize it for this kid. Got a huge family, huge. And so we just asked everybody for $25 a piece.
And they won't get it.
They had to do it in a t-shirt.
Yeah.
For 2 days, it was a family reunion. And they talk about, oh, that's too expensive. I got this many kids, I got that, and it was a cheaper amount for children under some lady. I got this many kids, I got that. I'm like, well, you know, sacrifice a couple of cigarette packs. Yeah, that'll cover that. That's hard. Necessary.
So one year we decided we'll, where did we go to that? We went down south for that picnic. And so it was on the down south people to have all that set up. Right. We got there, they ain't have no paper plates, they had, luckily, while we was there, we had went to Kmart. And I had bought paper plates and spoons. Luckily, I had bought that stuff. We had to use the stuff that I bought, you know, the utensils and stuff in order for us to eat. The stuff wasn't ready on time. They didn't get it ready about 1, 2 o'clock. You know, I'm like, I don't know about y'all. I don't. Everything, the people in Chicago, everything they hold, we'll say, okay, 10, 11 o'clock. Your stuff will be ready to 2 p.m. I'm like, listen, at noon, I am ready to eat. Okay, we can
But it's supposed to be a whole day.
Yeah, because you know, I ain't ate breakfast, none of that, because I know at noon I'm gonna eat. And then the stuff ain't ready. One year, I'm like, told my brother, take me to Kentucky. Fried chicken.
Show me a curve.
Yeah, I don't have time for this. Yeah, those family reunions are really, really important.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
They are so.
We get too old and young people don't step.
So for the last 20 years, I've been working on
Case 2357097, people of the state of Michigan versus Diana Lee Evans. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree, count 2 felony firearms. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Vicker, staff on behalf of the people, P82215.
And good morning, Your Honor, and honorable staff, Attorney Quentin Docs, P number 79657. Last one time, evidence, please state your full name for the rest.
Good morning, Your Honor.
This date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
3.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to give?
Yes, Judge. The people would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge of seated to my right.
Any objections to the wife's hearing?
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, you two, when you are a witness or potential witness and order to log up this time.
Judge, the people would also move the admission of people's exhibit, proposed exhibit number 1, which is a medical examiner's report pursuant to MCL 76611B.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And they approach people's exhibit 1, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. What are you doing, Ms. Bickerstaff?
Sorry, Judge, this time the people would call Officer Rhonda White to the stand.
Did you want to place on the record any pertinent parts of the autopsy report?
Absolutely, Judge. I can, yeah, this is Wayne County Medical Examiner's report authored by Teresa Lynn from August 19th of 2022. An autopsy performed on the body of Asia Thornton, AZIA-THORNTON, for an autopsy conducted on September 23rd of 2021. Dr. Wen indicated, it is my opinion that the death was caused by a gunshot wound to back with complications. Per investigation, the decedent was a 21-year-old female who reportedly was shot. She was conveyed to the hospital despite life-saving measures. She was pronounced deceased at 10:23 hours on September 17th, 2021. Post-mortem examination revealed a penetrating entrance gunshot wound to the left back. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding the wound. Wound track is from back to front, upward, where the body is viewed in standard anatomical position. And Dr. Wen indicated in consideration of the circumstances, post-mortem examination, toxicology findings, the manner of death is homicide. And Judge, with that, at this time, the people will call Officer Rhonda White to the stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter. To your right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. Please have a seat for the response. Maybe, you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
Rhonda White,
And how are you currently employed?
City of Detroit,
And what particular unit or group?
5th Precinct. Executive.
And how were you employed back on September 4th, 2021?
You said how? And the technical unit capacity?
Still with the 5th Precinct of the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
All right. And back on September 4th of 2021, did you become involved in an investigation of a non-fatal shooting in the area of Buckingham and Cornwall in the city of Detroit County?
Yes.
And what was your role in the investigation at that point?
I took over the lead role to investigate on the case again.
And in the course of your taking over the investigation, was a suspect's name brought to your attention?
Yes.
And were there also a number of civilian witnesses you spoke to?
Yes.
And was one of those witnesses Ms. Ursula Smith?
Yes.
And in interviewing Ms. Ursula Smith, did you show her?
Yes.
And what day did you show her?
I believe it was September 4th.
And what did you show?
Six pack, correct.
And when you did this, were you alone or with any other officer?
I believe I was alone.
And was this interaction with Ms. Smith recorded in any way?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
It should have been on my on camera.
Okay. And you indicated, what was it you showed Ms. Smith?
A 6-pack photo.
And can you explain to the court how you administered that 6-pack photo array?
6 various photos.
And then on one sheet of paper or 6 separate sheets of paper?
Just one.
And did you tell the witness anything when you displayed these pictures?
Not that I can remember what I told you at the time over the photos.
And did the witness subsequently pick anyone out?
Yes.
And did you in any way tell her who?
No.
Did you coerce her into moving the contracts?
No.
Did you suggest in any way the witness should pick out of this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to approach the people's proposed exhibit number 3. May I approach the witness?
Amen.
I handed you people's proposed exhibit number 3. You recognize what I handed you?
Yes.
What have I handed you?
It will be the 6-pack photo array.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the 6-pack photo array that you showed with Ursula Smith on September 4th, 2021?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 3.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted.
And which picture did the witness pick?
Number 5.
And is there any writing on that form?
Looks like the witness answered a question.
What question?
Number 1. Did you see anyone you recognize?
And what was the answer the witness gave?
She put down number 5.
And is there any other writing on this form?
Her signature down at the bottom.
And is there a date or time listed?
The date is November 4th, 21 at 2:26 p.m.
Could you give me that date one more time, please?
September 4th, 2021 at 2:26 p.m.
Thank you. And I'm going to approach the people's exhibit proposed number 4. You recognize what I've handed you in people's proposed 4?
Yes.
What is it that I've handed you?
Another 6-pack photo array with individuals needs to look the photo.
And would it be fair to say those names are not listed on number 3, people's exhibit 3?
Correct.
Okay. And does exhibit number 4 fairly and accurately depict the 6-pack with the names?
Correct.
At this time, I move the admission of people's exhibit number 4.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted.
And what is the name that corresponds with the picture that Ursula Smith picked up?
Evans, Indiana.
And on people's exhibit 4 that you have there, does it accurately portray each 6 pictures that were shown to the witness?
All except the one on the one with the names.
Why is that?
If I remember correctly, I used this photo array in another totally different case and just forgot to save like I should have.
Now, the after this was administered,
Correct.
I'm lost. You would have to do what?
Save the original photo lineup with all the correct photos.
and Judge, if I could publish the exhibits to the court, I think, no.
Okay.
So, officer, would it be fair to say, in the sheet that you administered to the witness, 6 pictures were shown, correct?
Correct.
And in People's Exhibit 4, there are only 5 pictures, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain again why that is?
I showed the 6-pack at a later date, but I just removed the one photo to put in another photo and forgot to save it back to its original state.
Carlson, Lieutenant?
Good morning, detective.
Good morning.
How long you been a detective?
I was gonna ask you this,
How long you been a detective?
now just over 6 years.
6 years, and when did you take over this case?
The very next day
Okay,
of the occurrence.
okay, so it happened in 2021, correct?
Correct.
And the incident happened on September 4th, or September 3rd, going to September 4th, right?
Correct.
And then you stated on the record that you interviewed Ms. Smith, what day?
It would have been September the 4th.
The same day?
Correct.
And have you had any other officers, to your knowledge, spoken to Ms. Smith?
The night of the incident or the early morning of, several officers made that scene.
Okay, and are you aware that Ms. Smith stated that she didn't know?
And Judge, I would object to this. This is hearsay what the witness said, especially on type
That's
of
right.
response.
Are you aware, so you have written statements from Ms. Smith?
Correct.
Okay, in the written statements, are you aware that she wrote she on the statements?
No.
Okay. And are you aware that on body cam, she stated she didn't?
Yeah, this would be hearsay.
That's right. So at the time of the 6-pack, you said that you showed Ms. Smith the 6-pack of photos, right?
Correct.
And did it have the names on it?
No.
So the first time you showed, there was no names.
Correct.
And I guess, did you ever print out a photo of my client and give it to Ms. Smith?
A single phone?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of, we had a prior exam, I guess it was 2 months ago, I wasn't privy to it. Are you aware of that exam?
I was not a part of it.
Okay. Did you look at any transcripts from that exam?
No, sir.
Were you aware of some allegations Ms. Smith had expressed on the record?
No, no, sir.
She stated that she was told.
Judge, I would object to the witness's previous statements from different exams. She said she doesn't have any knowledge of the statements that were made at the exam. She wasn't happy with it.
Now, I just want to exactly know, because maybe she had no knowledge of why I didn't answer the question. She said she did not know of the exam. I want to know, she may have knowledge of why Ms. Smith expressed that she was told you can't.
Thank you. If the defense counsel wants to ask if this officer told Ms. Smith to ask, you could just ask, did you tell her to pick out a 6-pack?
Okay, that's okay. Did you tell her, Ms. Smith who to pick?
No, sir.
Did you in any way suggest the identity of the alleged defendant?
No, sir.
Did you in any way tell Ms. Smith what number to pick?
No.
Can you tell what time you approximately back to September 4th, at this photo array?
It would have been late afternoon. 1:30, 2:30.
Did you wait to her home?
Correct.
One moment here. Your Honor, I will reserve the right to cross examine. I don't want to be dismissed.
I'm sorry, you're holding out.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't want Ms. Detective White to leave. I don't want to dismiss her. I just want to have the reserve right to be called now.
Oh, in fact,
Yes,
you're witness. Okay.
thank you.
You redirect?
Yes, Judge, just briefly. You indicated that you had a suspect name, correct?
Correct.
Did this suspect ever reach out to you?
Yes.
What did this suspect say to you?
I received a voicemail on my desk phone that stated the name, her name,
What was the name?
Deanna Evans. She told me her name, Deanna Evans, and she was a victim of a hijack, and she was looking for some items that were left behind.
Left behind where? From where?
From the scene.
From the scene of what?
The car accident from the scene.
So she mentioned a vehicle that was left at the scene?
I don't remember if she said the actual vehicle.
Speculation, Your Honor.
I don't remember.
But you indicated she mentioned that she left some items behind at the scene, correct?
Don't quote me on that, but she called me for a reason due to that, what was left behind at the scene.
Did she indicate she was involved in this?
She did not.
Did she indicate she was present at the scene?
She did not.
But she indicated that she had items at the scene.
I can't remember the exact conversation that was recorded.
I can tell you. And officer, you indicated you were the officer in charge of this case around September 4th, correct?
Correct.
And were there any, you made the scene the next day, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you oversee the evidence collection of the items from this accident location?
Correct.
And were you made aware of any items that were recovered with the suspect death name on them?
Yes.
What items were recovered with the suspect's name?
I believe there was something that I discovered at the scene afterwards, a license plate. There was paperwork along the ground. I don't remember exactly what paperwork. I remember making the tow yard where the vehicle was towed to, and discovered also some of the items inside the vehicle.
What types of items?
I want to say it was a vehicle registration or insurance.
Within what name?
Deanna Evans. I believe some medical documentation.
In what?
The name of Deanna Evans. Other paperwork with her name, I just can't remember exactly what it was.
And that would be the vehicle that was towed from the scene of the accident, is that correct?
Yes.
And we're looking at a copy of the property list, refresh your recollection as to the paperwork that was recovered.
Yes.
And I'm going to draw your attention to item 9 and item 11. You recognize what I handed you?
Yes.
What did I hand you?
The tracker evidence form you can use.
I'm sorry.
Tracker evidence form.
And I'm going to draw your attention to items 9 and 11.
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And what was the paperwork that was recovered?
Item 9 is a Department of Health and Human Service disability form, the name of Deanna Evans. And number 10. 11. Disability Determination Service from the Social Security Administration Office with the name of Deanna Evans.
Thank you. Excellent.
Cross-examine.
Did you end up talking to my client?
No.
You ended up talking to him?
Yes.
And you called him, correct?
I made his home location.
Oh, okay. And what did you say to him?
I don't remember the conversation.
You're out of court state.
Okay, I'm just trying, did you tell, or was there known, information to you that the car was stolen?
No.
Or was carjacked?
No.
And just a moment. Was there any police messages that you received? Police messages on your phone?
Police messages?
Correct. My client left on your.
One.
Okay. And did you listen to that message?
Yes.
And what did the message say?
Stated her name, and she was a victim of a hijack or skyjack.
Of a hijack?
One of the two. One of the two. I don't remember which one.
Okay. And did you find any Wisconsin license plates on it?
I believe there was a Wisconsin license plate and the scattered debris on the ground, I believe.
Okay. And did you run that license plate?
Correct.
And what did it come?
I don't remember what name it came to.
It wasn't Diane Evans, is that correct?
No.
What's going on? You're all set,
Okay, I have 2 questions. Pertaining to the 2-6 package. First one, People's Exhibit 3. This person that Smith picked out or circled person in the middle bottom, is that right?
Correct.
Question was, do you see anyone you recognize? And she chose number 5. Did you ask her any questions beyond that? Or do you recognize him from?
I don't even know where that's.
So what does it mean that she recognizes somebody? It could be somebody she recognized from high school, right? So how is that helpful?
Well, the purpose of the beginning was told you to be asking.
Okay. So the second photo pack equals exhibit 4. No one is served. This, I take, happened after exhibit 3, is that right?
She wouldn't even see one of the names that she put on.
What I'm saying is, you were presented, she was presented with this photo pack after equals exhibit 3, is that right?
She was never presented with one of the names. She was really that.
Oh.
No, that's just wrong.
Oh, I see. So she wasn't presented with this. That's just to let us know who it is that she picked. I thought she looked at 2 separate photo packs. Oh, so then number 1 was left off because we didn't say it. Correct. Got it. All right. You said that you had received a call from someone purporting to be Ms. Evans, Diana Evans, right?
Yes.
What time did you receive that call? What day?
They would have to, if you can body work the report, I don't know if they.
In relation to when this guy said it was an accident? When this incident? Who was in relation to the incident?
You said what was
The phone call that you received in relation to the incident?
it would have been days after I made a father's location in my apartment. I'm sorry, it would have been days. Thank you, I'm sorry. It would have been after I made her father's location, and left my car at the evening for the home.
Okay, so the call that you received indicates that she had been hijacked.
Hijacked or skyjacked.
Days earlier.
It didn't go into detail. And when I tried to call back, there was no answer.
Any questions based on my questions?
I'm Your Honor. So based on the judge's question, you left a card on her father's address, is that correct?
With the father.
Her father. And in response to that card, she called you, correct?
Correct.
Stating that some items was missing.
Correct.
And how far after this incident, how far after that incident, do you remember when that phone call occurred, when you went to the father's house?
How long did she call me before I made the father's house? Is that the question?
She didn't call you before you made the father's house.
Correct.
She called you afterwards.
I don't remember how long after it was.
I just want to clarify.
All right, thank you. You may start.
Judge, at this time, the people are called India begins to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with the response next to me. your voice a nice and loud, speaking to that microphone. But thank you for picking up the set and your lap so you can speak to it, okay? Maybe, David, you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, you just take the face.
Can you please state your name for the record?
India Gibbs.
And Ms. Gibbs, back on September 4th of 2021, were you in the area of Buckingham Street and Cornwall Street in the city of Detroit County?
Yes,
And why were you in that area at that time?
I happened to be sitting on my porch listening to music.
And Judge, I would ask if we could mute YouTube momentarily because this is going to describe where she lives.
She's gonna do what?
You describing where she lives? Just so her.
Why do we need to know where she lives?
I think it's important. You want to put an X on top of your house and a circle on top of your garage. And once you go to your run to your garage, what do you see?
I saw an accident and people on the corner arguing. Well, I heard them arguing.
Okay. Now you said you see an accident. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many is it? What is involved in the accident?
It was three people, they were arguing. Everything happened so fast. It was three people, they were arguing. One of the,
I'm gonna back up for you, okay? Do you see vehicles involved in this accident?
yeah, I saw one vehicle in the middle of Buckingham.
Do you see any other vehicles involved in this accident?
The other vehicle was on the other side, like spun out somewhere.
Okay, and the vehicle that you see in the middle of Buckingham, what kind of car was that?
It was an SUV. I don't remember the color.
Okay, and the other car that was spun off, do you remember what that car looked like?
It was a four-door car. It was black or gray. It was a dark color car.
And you said you saw three people, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you see where they came from?
No, they obviously must have came out of the cars and started arguing.
Where were they standing when you first see them?
They were standing like in the middle of Buckingham and under the spotlight of the street.
Okay, when you say spotlight, you mean street light?
Street light.
Okay. And can you describe what these people look like?
One of the individuals had on a red hoodie. The other one had on a gray or dark gray hoodie, and they were tall. And the person who got shot had on a white t-shirt.
Now you indicated the person in the gray hoodie was tall, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you tell anything about the person in the red hoodie?
They just had they were like kind of stocky, and they had on a red hoodie.
Could you tell the skin tone of any of these people?
No.
Now, when you see these people arguing, what do you hear them say?
So when as soon as the crash happened.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you one more question, I'm sorry, before we get to that. After you hear the loud noise, how long does it take you to run to your garage?
Literally, like I kind of paused, and then my auntie came down, and I literally like ran and looked to see where the incident happened, and it was on the next.
Okay, so would that be a couple seconds, a couple minutes, about how long do you think?
Probably a couple seconds.
Okay. And then how long does it take to get you from your porch to your garage?
A couple seconds.
So you're able to see this a couple seconds after you hear the loud noise, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. What do you hear the people arguing say?
The only thing I heard them say was, "You ran into me," and then somebody else. I'm guessing the girl that had on the white.
And then when you said, someone said you ran into me, can you tell who said that?
The girl that had on a white shirt, it sounded like she said you ran into me.
Objection, Your Honor, she's speculating.
She's telling the
She
court
said, but she's guessing.
from her opinion, she's giving her. What else do you hear anyone say?
She said you ran into me, she said you ran into me, period, and that was it.
When you said.
It happened so fast. They were already arguing.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there, I just wanna back up a little bit. So you told us that the girl in the white shirt says you ran into me, is that correct?
The person that was the shooter that had on a red hoodie said you ran into me, and she said you ran into me, period.
Okay.
It was in response to what she said.
Into what, who said?
I'm guessing the girl that had on the white, the red.
So,
hoodie.
okay, I'm gonna back up and instead of saying she, can you describe the color that they're wearing? So the person in white says what? Or tell us the sequence of events, but using the color of the shirt.
So, red hoodie said you ran into me, and white shirt said you ran into me, period.
Thank you. What happens after you hear those statements?
After it happened, after they said that, all I know is the girl in the red hoodie put out a gun and started shooting, and I ran.
Objection.
It happened so fast. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
She's team girl, there has not been any foundation regarding what type of gender, any of these involved in that.
She just said, girl.
You know, there hasn't been any speculation, she even saw or can identify the.
You'll have an opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, so you said the girl in the red hoodie pulled out a gun, you said?
Correct.
And what do you see that person do?
I didn't really, it just happened so fast. So when they were arguing, she literally Then
I'm gonna
proceeded
stop
to
you there. Instead of saying she, tell me the color that
red hoodie.
does what?
Red hoodie proceeded to shoot. It happened so fast.
Okay, do you see where the red hoodie person shoots towards?
Towards the white shirt.
Does she say anything when this happens?
I don't recall.
Okay, how many gunshots do you
More than one.
hear? And what do you do after you hear those gunshots?
I ran back home.
And do you see what happens to the white t-shirt?
I didn't see what happened to her. I ran back into the house and then I came back out after.
I'm just happy here. So you go into the house, is that correct?
Correct.
What do you do inside the house?
I was talking to my mom and my aunt and we were discussing what happened, trying to call the police.
At any point, does anyone call 911?
My aunt ended up.
Okay. And about how long are you in the house for?
Probably a couple minutes. I would say like, if I had to say, probably like 2 minutes.
Okay. And then what do you do next?
So I ended up going back out to try to call 911 to see if she was okay. And I was walking, well, I stopped when I saw them walking past.
Where are you when you see them walking past?
At my house on the corner, like by the bushes.
Okay, when you say they walking past, who are you talking about?
Gray hoodie and red. Okay.
And what do you see the gray hoodie and the red hoodie do?
They were walking past, red hoodie had a box in her hand. Or he or she.
Do you hear them saying anything?
No.
And what do you do next?
I ran back in the house.
Why do you run back?
I'm scared.
Why were you scared?
I literally just seen her, red hoodie, he or she in a red hoodie shoot the individual.
And did you ever see the person in the gray hoodie shooting?
No.
Now, you had said the person in the white, or I'm sorry, the person in the red sweatshirt, you see them pull a gun, is that correct?
I saw her arm up when I saw that she was the shooter.
Explain what you mean when you say you saw her arm.
I walked up and she literally had her. I was like in the back, so I'm in the back.
When you say in the back, what do you?
Like say if I was walking up the block, she was, so I'm seeing her from the side, like how I'm standing, literally how I'm. Yeah, I don't remember what hand she had. So.
Okay, so
she
would it be fair to say when you said you're turned to the side, you kind of bladed yourself so we can only see your shoulder?
Something like that, right?
Okay, so you're indicating to the court you only saw this, you saw the side of the red hood, correct?
In her arm. I saw her arm up, but I don't remember which one.
Okay. And after you see her arm go up, what happens?
She shoots. I mean, it happened so fast. Everything happened. I didn't really.
Now, the person in the red hoodie, can you say for certain what gender you believe them to be?
I believe that it was a female because I heard 2 female voices arguing.
Based on the red, I'm sorry. Do you recall telling the police that you believe the person in the red hoodie was a girl or a boy?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
I said it because of the outfit that the 2 had on when they were there. So I wasn't exactly sure.
So based on their appearance, you weren't sure of the gender.
Correct.
And Judge, may I approach the witness? All right, so on People's Exhibit number 2. All right, so you marked your house and your garage. Can you draw on there about where the accident was that you observed, the vehicle accident? All right, and would that be at the intersection of Cornwall and Buckingham?
Correct.
And you, about how far were you standing?
Maybe 20 or more feet.
And that would be from the garage to the intersection you're indicating?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I asked you this.
Good afternoon, Mr. So let's kind of go way back, start from the beginning, okay?
Correct.
Okay, so you was in the garage when you heard a loud crash?
No, I was sitting on my front porch.
You were sitting on the front porch. Were you sitting by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Were you socializing?
I was listening to music by myself.
Was you drinking or smoking?
No.
Okay. Did you recall talking to the police and stating you was drinking some red wine on the porch?
No. And if I did, it probably was earlier that day.
Okay, it was earlier that day, but not.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. And so you was on the porch and you heard a loud crash, is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't see the accident?
I saw the accident. I saw the pieces of the accident after I came to the corner.
So you saw the aftermath of the accident, right?
Correct.
You didn't see the collision? Is that what you say? Okay. And so when you heard the loud crash, what happened?
When I heard the loud crash, I paused for a second. My aunt then came downstairs and asked, did we hear that? Me and her both went off the porch, like by the side of my house, there's some bushes. I was right there. And then we started walking towards the accident to see if they were okay, and then we stopped. And then
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Why did you stop?
we stopped because I didn't want to go that close when I heard them arguing. And then when they started arguing, that's when the guns shot out.
Okay, so you weren't close to your admission to, basically you could hear sounds, you could hear the conversation, is that correct?
I heard the conversation, correct.
Somewhat, could you clearly?
No, I heard the conversation of what I heard. They were arguing already.
Okay, and how far, you said you didn't want to get that close, so it's safe to say you couldn't see faces?
I couldn't see faces, but I could see what they had on in voices.
Okay, and did you call 911, prior to leaving the porch?
When I was leaving the porch and walking up, I was calling 911, but I ended up hanging up when all of that happened, and I just ran back in the house.
And then your aunt had called 911 also?
Correct.
Okay, and when you heard the arguments, what did you see? You see someone in the red hoodie, correct?
Someone in the red hoodie, which was the shooter. The girl who got shot, which had on the white t-shirt.
And then you saw.
And the other tall individual, they had on the dark colored gray or blue dark sweater.
All right, did you ever remember you were calling, telling the police you heard guy voices too?
I don't remember. I don't recall when I was on the phone with folks at all.
Okay, so you don't remember hearing any guy voices?
No, I heard females and a guy.
So you heard two?
But more so two females that were arguing. More so two females.
Okay.
The conversation I heard was two females.
Okay, and then can you give us approximate distance on, is that not correct?
Correct.
How far you were when you stopped?
When I stopped, I was, how close was I to the incident or how close I was to the garage? Which
Let's
question?
do both. How close were you to the garage?
So from my house to the garage, I could have been 10 feet, 10 feet, I would say.
And then from the incident, how, because you walked a little bit further from the garage, right towards.
No.
Okay. What did you
I
do?
walked to the garage and I stopped,
You
kind
stopped.
of, we're a little bit big before where my garage is at.
So you was pretty much still on your property, on your premises, is that correct?
I was next to my house, yes, correct.
And how far is that in Buckingham and Cornwall? You're asking.
More than 20 feet.
More than 20, so say 30 feet?
Wait, Buckingham and Cornwall?
Where you saw the 2 or the 3 individuals arguing?
From where I was at on my garage, there had to be more than 15 or 20 feet.
Was it 25 feet?
I don't know the exact.
Could it be more than 25 feet?
Judge, I don't know what this specifically is, this is the exact number, we go with the all day.
Ask an answer.
Okay, so you're saying at least 20 feet?
15 to 20, it could be, or more.
No more or more, but no more.
Judge, we have people's exhibit number 2, she has marked exactly where she was at the garage, and she has marked exactly where she saw the intersection, and the witness has testified that she first said 15, 20 feet, and then said, beyond that, she's not sure.
What's your objection?
Ask an answer.
Thank you, Mark. So you say it could be more than 20 feet, correct?
Can I ask a question? Can you ask me that question again? Because I didn't work, I'm getting kind of confused.
How long would it take for you to walk from the garage, from the garage to the incident? Would it take you 5 minutes?
No.
Oh,
As far as steps, like I said, 15 to 20.
okay. And then you heard the argument, and then you stopped, and then what did you see next?
They were arguing. They were already arguing as soon as the crash happened, they were already arguing. And then I got off my porch and I started walking towards where I stopped at before my garage. And they were arguing. I heard you said something, you ran into me, period. And she said, no, you ran into me. And then that's literally when the shooting happened. It all happened so fast.
And you were back of so the shooter was, so you was in the back of the shooter, right?
In the back, like, yeah, from where she was at.
Right, so you would see that person's back.
I saw them from the side.
From the side.
Like how I am right here.
Like that profile side?
Like
Okay.
this,
Okay,
like a side profile.
and then what did you do next after you saw the shots, or heard the shots?
I ran back. It all happened literally in a couple of minutes. It all happened very
Were
fast.
you by yourself, or did you run
No,
after?
I ran back to my,
Okay, and then where'd you run to?
I ran home in my house.
And did you do anything after that?
I went in the house and then I eventually came back outside to check on the young female.
Did you see the perpetrators after that incident?
When I ran back into the house and I came back out, they were walking past.
They walked past, how far did they, like from where you were at? How far did they walk?
How far did they walk?
How far were you when they walked past? When
I
they
was
walked
like
past
on
your
my
block?
porch. I was on my porch and they were walking past to another side, another block. They were walking past now, going west.
Okay, and you saw them walk past?
Correct.
Did you film them?
I'm sorry?
Did you film them? Did you video?
No.
Okay, and
Yeah.
you couldn't see any type of faces, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you go to the scene afterwards? Like after the cops had came and cordoned off the incident?
Yeah, I was good. Yes,
Did you talk to anyone?
I talked to a police officer.
Okay, what did you say?
The same thing I just told you.
They give you any information?
No.
you remember giving a statement to the officers?
Yes,
You remember saying that he or he was crossed out?
I'm sorry.
You remember giving a statement to the officers and that you remember seeing any statement that you wrote, that you testified, that you truthfully saying that it was he or she? Do you ever give the officer a statement saying that it was he or she?
I did.
And was he crossed out? Did you ever cross out?
If I'm crossed out anything, it may have been, it must have been a mistake. I probably meant to write slash instead of cross, because I was writing so fast and everything was just too much.
And you made multiple statements to the police, is that correct?
Correct.
We're moving on. And was there a street light on Buckingham?
Yes,
Was it on?
it should have been, yes. But it's still dark.
It was still dark.
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it's still dark either way though.
Now, I would like her aunt's name. You can mute for a quick second, so I can get that 911 call.
That was 2 years ago. And I don't, what do we need her name for?
I mean, just for privacy reasons, Your Honor, I don't want hundreds of people knowing the answer.
Ms. Gibbs, you indicated, after this incident, the person in the red sweatshirt and the sweatshirt walked past your house, correct?
Correct.
What street were they walking down?
Cornwall.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
You messed up now.
Judge, at this time, the people will call Ursula Smith to the stand.
Ms. Smith, it's going to take a while. I need about 5 minutes. Okay.
This, I mean, that's all
Thank you, and sorry, touch.
So if I come out. Oh.
Thank you.
All right. We're back on the record on People versus Diana Evans. Next witness.
At this time, the people would call Ursula Smith to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with this box there. Voice up nice, loud, speaking to that microphone, just to the left.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
Ursula Smith.
And Ms. Smith, back on September 4th of 2021, were you in the area of Buckingham Street and Cornwall Street in the city of Detroit County?
Yes, I was.
And why were you at that location on the week?
I was on my way over to a relative's house.
And were you getting there on foot or in a vehicle?
I was in my vehicle.
Was there anyone else in the vehicle with you?
No.
And about what time were you in this area?
Somewhere around 12 a.m.
And do you make it to the relative's house?
Yes.
And does something happen once you get to your relative's house?
Well, before I got to the house, it was a car accident.
Okay. Where do you see the car?
Objection, Honor. Just a foundation question.
She just said she saw an accident. I asked her, where did you see the accident?
What's the objection?
There's no foundation that she even saw an accident.
She says she saw an accident.
She just said.
Your Honor, can we clarify, the prior witness is confused too, whether it was the aftermath of the accident or did she actually see the collision? Can we get clarification on that?
Okay.
So you were driving in the area of Buckingham and Cornwall, correct?
Yes.
Did you see anything when you first passed that intersection?
When I got to the intersection, I yelled because I seen a collision getting ready to happen.
When you say getting ready to happen, what do you see?
I see a SUV, there's SUV going through the stop sign, and the other car was coming this way, and that's when they collided. I stopped.
Can you describe what the other car was?
It was like a bluish compact car.
And when you say you see the SUV run stop sign, what do you see happen next?
The SUV sped around like this. The other car went that way. Once they collided, went that way, went up on the grass and came back out like it was coming onto the street and stopped. And then
what do you see happen next?
Two people from the SUV gets out of the vehicle and starts to cuss and say, you know, this motherfucker bitch can hit my car. And then as they're getting ready to go towards the other vehicle.
When you say they,
those two people exit the SUV.
Okay, can you describe for us what those two people looked like or were wearing?
They were females, but they were boyish looking. And they had like, little tweed, like little braids, like,
about like this. And a little taller than I am. I'm like 5'5". One of them was about my height, and the other one was just a little taller.
And what did you see these people wearing?
The short one had on a red hoodie.
What did
The other one had on like a white t-shirt, gray jogger pants, and one with a red hoodie had on like some dark colored pants.
And you said these two individuals get out of the SUV and do what?
They go around, they look, they jump out because they jump out of the vehicle, they go and they proceed to go towards the one that they were, get accident.
Do you see anyone get out of that vehicle?
She didn't actually get out of the vehicle, but she stood up on, like you open the door and you standing like on the door, of the vehicle, and they were exchanging words by the time I was moving, going to proceed to go to my destination.
The person inside the smaller compact car, could you tell what they were wearing?
I didn't really see what she was wearing.
Okay.
Because she didn't get all the way out of the vehicle. The door was like,
And let me ask you this, where are you still in your vehicle at this time?
Mm-hmm.
Where is your vehicle at this point?
When I see all of this happen?
Yes.
I'm like, right, okay, this is torn. Okay, this is torn wrong.
I'm gonna stop you there for a moment and I'm gonna approach with people's exhibit number 2. I'm gonna hand you people's exhibit number 2.
Okay.
And if you could, explain for us where you are when you see this accident.
I'm like right here.
And can you explain for us where that is?
Okay, I'm trying to see, would this part be coming from Warren Avenue?
I'm going to approach the witness judge, if that's all right.
Oh, okay, this is it right here. It was up, you handed it to me the other way. Okay. My vehicle was like right here.
And I'm gonna hand you a pen. I'm gonna ask you to draw a circle where your vehicle is when you see that. All right, thanks. And what do you do? Or you said you heard some arguing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what you heard being said?
This motherfucker, this bitch done hit my motherfucking car.
And who said that?
The short one with the jacket.
What color?
Red.
Do you hear anything else being said?
Not at that moment, no, because I was different. That's when they got out and was going towards, that's when she was saying all of that. When they was going towards that car, the other car.
What are you doing in this?
I'm sitting there, I'm looking, and then I'm like, okay, now I have a way that I can go on around the vehicle.
And do you do that?
Yes.
And where do you go?
I go down to around the house.
Would that be down Cornwall?
No, Buckingham.
Down Buckingham. And about how far down Buckingham do you go?
About 8 houses down, counting whatever.
And does something happen as you go down Buckingham?
As I go into the driveway, I hear gunshots.
And what do you do after you hear the gunshots?
I jump into the car and I say, oh my God, somebody getting shot, somebody getting shot, they shot her. And I assumed it was done because they the ones went towards the vehicle, her vehicle.
When you say they, who do you mean?
2 people, they were the aggressors.
I'm gonna stop you there. When you say they, do you mean the people from the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do next?
We proceed to me and some family members and some neighbors on the block, we proceed to run down that way. I'm trying to record, but in a frantic state, I guess it was pointing at the ground because I was trying to point it towards them because they was removing something off the back of the vehicle.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Two people from the SUV.
What do you see them pulling off the SUV?
It looked to be the license plate.
And what do you see happen next?
They proceed.
When you say they.
The two people from the SUV proceed to walk, and they're trying, they're walking fast with like a little, a fast pace, but trying not to be so noticeable, like anything just happened.
Where do you see them go?
Oh, they were going up Cornwall.
Okay. What do you see? Well, I'm gonna ask you this. You said you were recording on your phone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did you previously have an opportunity to watch that video that you took from your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did that video fairly depict what you saw back on September 4th of 2021?
Yes.
At this time, the people with I.
Any objection? Objection. Admitted.
In permission to publish, Judge?
Please.
And for the record, I'm going to be displaying starting at 27 seconds.
Oh my God, they shot her. 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 Oh my God, they shot her. She down there. Oh my God. I'm trying, they won't answer. Hello? Hello? We on Buckingham and Warren. Buckingham, don't move. Don't move, baby. Don't move. Buckingham and Warren. East Warren, Buckingham. I can't find the phone. I can't find the phone. I hear you, but I can't find it. We right here on Buckingham and Cornwall. Yeah, please. Oh, please, you all right. You all right. Breathe. Freddie, go get my truck and bring it down here. Hurry up. Go get my truck.
And for the record, I paused the video at 1 minute and 51 seconds. Now, Miss Smith, we hear you saying hello and you can't find the phone. Can you explain what you were doing there?
There was someone she called, Mr. Well, and I can hear them saying, where you at?
Now, after you see this woman on the ground, what do?
My mom's neighbor, the neighbor gives me his sweatshirt to try to stop the blood. No, because I'm like,
Yeah, Judge, if we could take a moment, maybe.
I think we may also be able to hear you just a little bit better.
Judge, can we have, please?
Sure.
We go in the back real quick.
All right, sir, so you keep the mask up.
You said, you received a piece of clothing, is that correct?
Yes, he gave me his sweatshirt to try to compress the whole, to put it over the wall.
And what do you do next?
I started playing with her. But first I thought, I seen my cousins and them coming on the street because they was in their vehicle, they heard the gunshots as well. They were on that side of the war, like at the corner, almost at the corner. And I ran, because I thought they were coming back, I ran up to the car and I'm like, they shot her, and they coming back,
Now, Ms. Smith, at some point, did the police arrive?
Yeah.
About how long until the police arrived?
I can't recall, probably 10 minutes.
What happens when the police get there?
Some went that way looking for the people that left the scene. And two of the officers was like, let's get her in the car. So we can hurry up and get her to the hospital. So some family friend of ours, he picked her up and he held her and got in the car with her.
Where do they go?
To St. John Hospital.
Okay, and do you also go to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, who do you go with to the hospital?
Me and my brother.
And when you get to the hospital, are police there?
Yes, I believe they were.
And do you speak with police at that point?
Yes, and I also speak with them when I come back to Buckingham.
You speak with them a couple times, correct?
Yes.
And you also speak with them the next day at your house?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did the officers also show you some pictures?
Yes.
And Judge, if I could actually grab back from court people's exhibit number 3.
Sure. I'm gonna give you your answer.
Thank you. Now, when the police officers show you the pictures, did they tell you anything when they showed you the pictures?
No.
Did the officers, well, let me ask you this, did you pick anyone out of the pictures?
Yes.
Did the officers tell you who to pick?
No.
Did the officers suggest to you who you should?
No.
Did the officers threaten you in any way to pick someone?
No.
Now, I'm going to approach with people's exhibit number 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what did I hand you?
A piece of paper with 6 pictures on it.
And are those the pictures the police officers showed you?
Yes.
Okay, and did you pick one of those?
Yes.
Which one did you pick?
Number 5.
And did you indicate to the police that you recognize that person?
Yes.
Where did you recognize that person from?
When they got out of the vehicle and I was sitting there for some minutes and I seen him.
What color was this person wearing?
A red.
Now you said when you're in your car, you're sitting there for some minutes, correct?
Yes.
About how many minutes do you think you're sitting there watching?
3 or 4.
And was there a street light in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see clearly that person, the person in the red space?
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, about how many shots do you hear?
It was about 3.
Now, do you recall giving the police a statement back on September 4th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the police then that you heard about 4 to 5 shots?
It was probably about 3, 4.
Okay. And pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. I want to advise you that you still know, right?
Yes.
The penalties of perjury, okay?
Yes.
So let's start back to how the night began for you, okay? You were in the area of Buckingham Cornwall, is that right?
Yes.
And you live in that area?
No.
Okay. You were going to family member's house?
Yes.
And you remember, and I'm gonna go backwards with my notes. So, did you see the accident? Or did you see the collision?
I saw the collision accident. Yes.
Okay. You saw the two cars collide.
Yes.
Okay. Were you in your car?
Yes, I was.
And what time was this?
Somewhere around 12:01, somewhere up in there, somewhere, I know it was late in the evening,
Okay.
early morning.
Okay. And were you coming from anywhere?
Yes, I was.
Where were you coming from?
The bowling alley.
Okay. And and at the bowling alley, is it safe to say you had some alcohol?
I had a drink, yes.
Is it
A
safe?
beer.
Is it safe to say you told the officer you had 2 beers, at least?
Yeah.
And how far do you say you're in the car? How close or far were you when you saw the accident?
Okay, can I explain it the way that how I always stop at that intersection? Because people always run that stop sign. And so I make it a habit to always stop before I cross over. And when the collision stopped, when the collision happened, this is her coming, this is them coming, and this is me stopping. Right there at the street pole,
Okay.
as if I had a stop sign right there myself.
So it's safe to say you stopped several feet even before the stop sign.
Yeah.
All right. So several feet before the stop sign, and then there's several feet beyond the stop sign. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How far are they as far as from the stop sign to the collision?
Can you show her that paper that you?
Now, Coach Connors?
Yes.
Okay. This is me, and this is right here. She's coming up this way, and they're coming this way. She's coming straight through because she has the right of way. This car right here had a stop sign, but they didn't stop, and that's when it collided. I was like literally, right, if I kept going, it'd been a 3-car accident.
And
Now
when the 2 people from the SUV get out, then you saw the one person in the car. That's correct. They all get out, correct?
No, they got out. She stood. This is her car. This is her car. She opened her door and she stood up on this car
Okay.
before, and then I don't know what happened when, I just know that they were aggressive. The two that got out of the SUV were aggressive.
Okay, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. And at this point, did you have your glasses on?
I don't need my glasses to drive.
Did you have your window up or down?
My window probably, it was down.
Okay. And when the two occupants from the SUV got out, were they in back of you?
No.
Could you see their back?
When, after they came around, after they exited the vehicle, they got out of the vehicle, went around to look at the vehicle. They got out, went around to look at the vehicle, and then proceeded to go towards her.
Okay, and at this point, when they walked around,
My car, where my car was facing, when
you
they
were,
came,
I'm sorry, you were still several feet back.
I wasn't back that far, sir. You keep asking me the same question, and I keep telling you the same thing. I was not back that far. I know who I saw.
Okay, and just take your time. Take your time.
I just step into the hall. It's out there.
Okay, Ms. Smith, I'm gonna go ahead, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to get a proximity of when did you see the two occupants in the SUV, and how far were you when you saw it? When you saw it, just trying to get some rough estimate. Just guess to your recollection.
I was right here on the corner.
How many feet?
When, I don't know, that'll get out your couch, Steve. I can't answer that part. I know I was on the corner.
Okay.
And when they came to proceed to go that way, they had to kind of walk, it was kind of cornered from my car going towards her car.
Okay, did they have their hoodies on?
They didn't have nothing over their head at that time, no.
Okay. And when you drove past, did they stop arguing at that time, or were they arguing
No,
all the way?
they were still being aggressive going towards her.
Okay.
And as they got closer to her, that's when I was able to pull around their vehicle and go to my destination.
Okay. And when you pulled around their vehicle to your destination, is it fair to see once you got to your destination, you couldn't see the incident?
Could I see it?
From your destination point?
Yeah, you could see it very well.
Okay, could you hear anything?
Gunshots.
Okay, well, could you hear conversations?
I wasn't listening to conversation because I was talking to my people, my family members at that moment.
Okay, and
when I pulled up, I'm like, hey, y'all, what's up? They were on the porch.
And can I show you this exhibit? I want to show you, I want to see where the destination is relative to where the
I'm not doing that.
Judge, I would also object to identifying the witnesses in her house. She already indicated it was about 8 houses down.
I'm sorry, keep your voice up.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Your Honor, I have to find out how far was her when she was at her relative's house to where the incident. She said she's here to see the accident.
Well, defense counsel.
I saw the accident.
Hold on, it's okay. The defense counsel had asked the witness to draw on the map where specifically the house was she was going to. I objected to her specifically marking which house it was, as she had previously testified it was about 8 houses down on Buffington.
Okay, she doesn't do the particular house, Your Honor, but I have to do the proximity there. She doesn't mark the house, mark the spot of the house. She can at least give me the proximity of the area.
I'd be fine with an approximation, but not with her specifically markings. Okay, that's fine.
Now, approach your honor.
Yes.
I'll mark the area. It's the house.
I say somewhere around up in here.
Okay, Your Honor, let the record reflect that Ms. Smith says somewhere around here. That is,
You can't go off of that for real, because that is enlarged, and then it's not even showing all the houses.
And I would just, for the record, it would be about the second Buckingham word on the map,
right,
near the pinpoint that says
King of Builders. Approach your honor. Okay, so you actually did not, or did you see the shoot?
No, I didn't see the shooting.
Just heard shots.
Yeah,
You was in the driveway, is that correct?
yeah.
And then, once you heard the shots, what did you do?
Exit my vehicle and proceeded to go back down towards the scene.
Okay,
The car.
okay, and that's when you commenced to take the video?
Yes,
And did you try, or did you see the two people from the SUV?
yes.
Where did you see them at?
But when I was headed back that way, they were taking something off the back of the vehicle.
And how far were you from, at that point, to where you saw them?
Well, at the neighbor's house,
Okay, so,
my mom's neighbor house.
okay, so it's safe to say from the people with the roles exhibit 2, you walked towards Cornwall,
Yes,
about one house towards the incident, is that correct?
yeah.
And could you see their faces?
I saw their faces when the first accident was happening.
So you saw their faces when it first happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't see their faces when they were behind the vehicle.
Okay. So that was the only time you saw their faces?
Yes.
All right. So now let's go to when you was at Ascension St. John's. Okay. Did you talk to the officer?
Yes, I gave them my phone number and I told them I seen the accident and I seen people that could have been the ones to do the shooting because they were the only ones at the accident, and that they can have my number and they can call me.
Okay, so, and when you said you at first initially saw their faces, could you identify their gender too?
I said they look to be girls, but boyish girls. Like lesbians, dykes.
That's what you said?
I said he, she's.
Okay.
I called him he, she's.
And it was dark, right, at that time?
There was enough light to see what the people were.
Okay. And do you remember talking to an officer, Kikos, at Central St. John outside of the hospital? You remember talking to her?
To who?
A female officer outside of Central St. John?
I
The night
talked,
of the incident?
I talked to a few officers. I don't know which ones was which because I was trying to give her mother and sister her phone.
Did you remember ever saying you didn't see exactly who hit who?
No, I said, I know for a fact who hit who because the vehicle that was coming from Cornwall Way has a stop sign and they proceeded through the stop sign while she was coming through Buckingham and it's not a stop sign there. I've seen several accidents happen on that corner.
Did any officers there give you any information regarding the incident?
No.
Okay. And so after you was at Central St. John, where did you go?
I went back to Buckingham.
Okay. So you went back to the scene of the incident, right?
Yeah.
And you were standing outside of the scene, is that safe to say?
Yeah. Not actually at the scene because they had it taped off and you couldn't come through.
Okay, but you could
So-
see, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And so the officers that were down at that end, I, gave them my phone number.
Okay, and so do you remember talking to Officer Cummings outside?
I couldn't tell you no names or anything at that moment. My head was in a whirlwind.
Okay, so do you remember, so you don't remember, or do you remember telling the officer when you rode past, they stopped arguing?
No, I said, when I was riding past, they were being aggressive. I remember telling the officer that. They were the aggressors. The two got out of the SUV were the aggressors. I remember telling the officer that.
Did you call 911?
Everybody was calling 911.
Okay.
Yes.
You did call 911?
No, I didn't call 911 because my phone was on record. It was recording.
Did you call 911 from another phone?
No, I didn't.
And so let's go back to the photo array line, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Detective White, like the color, gave you a 6-pack photo array line, is that correct?
Yes.
And you wrote in your handwriting, was that in your handwriting?
Well, what?
That you recognized someone on that photo array?
I don't recall it being my handwriting, but I picked the person out on it.
Okay, now, did anyone suggest to you the gender of the two occupants in the SUV?
No.
Did anybody infer the gender of the two occupants in the SUV?
No. I said that at the beginning, it looks to be two females, but boyish, dressed boyish.
Did you ever say they were wearing dreadlocks?
They looked like locks. Curly, how they be brushing the hair with that brush, and it look like it's locking up or whatever.
Okay.
Or braids. I know at that time, and recall it was how many years ago? So it was short.
It was short like this. It wasn't long.
Was you directed to pick number 5?
No. No, I was not.
Did you ever get on the stand prior to this hearing stating that someone directed you?
No, at the time when the other lawyer said he heard me, it was because I was upset, didn't want to testify. I was hysterical that day, and everyone in this courtroom can tell you how I was acting. It was an officer that brought me through that door, and when I seen her sitting there, I said, "For real, you want to walk me past her?" I asked him that. I said, "Honestly, for real, you're gonna bring me right past her." He made her stand up and turn around.
So I want to get on the record and get clarity. So how far feet, or distance and inches, feet, when you saw the 2 individuals in the SUV face, how far would you say you were from when you saw them?
I thought she already told you.
I did.
She could tell us how.
No, that was, she didn't answer this question.
Yes, she did.
Yes,
She
yes,
said
several
she couldn't-
times.
She couldn't tell us how many feet it was.
Because I'm not outside of my vehicle. My vehicle is right here, right literally here. This is the accident. My vehicle, again, I told you, if I had kept going, it'd have been a 3-car accident.
I understand. So it was safe to say that you drove right past the incident.
No, I didn't drive right past the incident. I had to go around the accident, where their vehicle stopped at. I had to go around it.
Right, and so in the.
When I seen I had enough room to go around their vehicle, that's when I proceeded to go.
When you went left around the incident, correct?
Yes.
And is it safe to say the smaller car, you went around the smaller
The
car?
smaller car wasn't there, sir.
So you went
The smaller car
around,
was on the grass back there. You seen on the video where the car was at. Come on now.
so you went around the SUV?
Yes. I seen I had enough room to go past the SUV, and I went on and proceeded down to my destination.
And at that point, the 2 individuals from the SUV.
They had already exited the vehicle going towards her. I saw their faces, I saw the face when they were going towards the young lady in the vehicle, in the car.
And she was still near her vehicle, correct?
And when I was proceeding to leave and they were cussing and doing what they was doing, she was standing up there. Now, when she got off of her vehicle, I don't know when they pulled the gun out, she got out to try to run or what, I don't know.
Okay, so you was pretty far when you drove around their vehicle.
No, I wasn't pretty far. I wasn't pretty far. When me, in the midst of me leaving, they were checking their vehicle out, and screaming and fussing, and then proceeded towards her. When I went, by the time.
So here's a question.
Not even a minute, by the time I got in the driveway, I heard gunshots.
Did they face towards you, or the shoulder was faced towards you, or was it?
He keep asking me the same thing over and over.
The witness has already answered this multiple times. She said she saw their faces when they got out of the SUV, they walked around the car. She said she saw their faces at that point, and then they aggressively walked towards the compound.
Your Honor, respectfully, the witness testified that when she started to pass the scene of the incident, the SUV was right there. The car was off the road, the smaller car was off the road. She admitted on testifying that they were the aggressor. They walked towards the smaller car. So she said she didn't go near the smaller car, she went around the SUV. That's
when did I have to go near it?
Hold on.
Put this on the video.
Hold on.
No, this ain't nothing. You're okay. Right. She said she saw their faces.
Your Honor, I'm just, for the record, I'm just trying to get it for next court to try to get this done as far as how proximate it was towards who she was. She see the
She
face.
said that she can't give you how many.
I'm trying to get as
But
close
she
as
did
I
say
can.
that she did see their faces.
No, she also said that she was coerced in picking out the number 5.
I didn't hear her say that.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Yes, just a couple questions. Now, Ms. Smith, this is something you had gone over with defense counsel, but I want to clarify for the record kind of where you were pointing. So you had said, you had kind of said like, I went this way and they went that way, so I want to clarify the street. So you would draw down here a red dot, correct?
Yeah.
And you said that's where you were.
Yeah.
When you observed the crash, correct?
Yes.
Now, where was the SUV?
SUV was here.
Now, for the record, are you pointing on Cornwall?
On Cornwall.
And in the Buckingham intersection, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you said this compact car was where?
It was right here in grass.
Okay,
Up here.
Before the accident, like which way was the compact car traveling?
This way.
Okay, now is this on Buckingham?
That's Buckingham,
And that would
yes.
be towards where you are.
Eastbourne, yes.
Okay. So you and the compact car are facing each other.
Yes.
On opposite sides of Buckingham. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to clarify. Thank you. And you see the SUV run the stop sign on Cornwall, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, defense counsel, I just want to clarify for the record, I know we already went over this. Defense counsel had asked you where the female was inside the compact car, when the two people from the SUV approached. Do you recall that question?
Yeah.
And you had said she was kind of inside the door on this. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Would that be the frame of the door that you're talking about?
Yes, standing on the frame of the door, inside of the door.
Okay. Now, defense counsel had asked you about the first exam that was held. Do you recall that?
The first what?
The first hearing when you were here in court last time. Do you remember that? And you were talking about when you were brought through the doorway, correct?
Yes.
And would that be the doorway to the right of the judge there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified that they walked me right past her. You remember saying that?
Yes. But he was gonna walk me past her and I backed up out of there.
And that's what I want to ask you about. When they say walk me past her, who do you mean?
The lady that I seen, the person that I seen at the accident.
What color was she wearing at the scene?
Red.
Okay, that's the person you said you saw in the back?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognized her?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe where she's seated?
Right there.
Okay, you pointed, but can you tell me, which table is she at?
The defendant's table.
Okay, can you describe what she's wearing?
The green shirt, white t-shirt, blue mask, and here, braids.
Okay, will the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in this case? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
No, one more question. So I just want to clarify that last hearing that Sister Counsel talked about. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you stated the reason you suggested that someone directed you.
Sure, this is outside the scope of time.
You suggested that someone directed you was because of what?
Well, my words were,
to my lawyer. I was hysterical and I was crying. I'm trying to do anything so I don't have to just testify. And I said, how do I know if they coerced me or not?
I'm sorry, it's a moment.
I said, how do I know if they coerced me or not? I'm saying all kind of things. I even said, my son is a high rank in the military because I didn't want to be here. I even said I was going to call him to have him call one of his judge friends to come down here and get me. I said a lot of things that day. Did the defendant lawyer say that as well?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But can I just ask?
No, she's
Okay,
done.
okay, thank you. Judge, the people have no further witnesses at this time.
Not for the question.
Judge, the people have moved to bind the defendant over and 2 counts containing the information. The court did hear testimony from Miss India Gibbs, who testified that she heard a loud crash or loud bang noise, went to her garage area, and actually, Judge, if I could present to the court people Exhibit 2, which is the map, I could publish that to the court.
I think I've seen it.
Okay. Ms. Gibbs did testify that she went down to her garage area. She was able to see the crash accident that had happened in the intersection. You can see the map. It's about 1 house distance from Ms. Gibbs' garage to the intersection, and very close to the compact car where it landed on the grass area. Judge, Ms. Gibbs did testify that she saw the person in the red sweatshirt arguing with the victim inside the compact car. She saw the person in the red sweatshirt raise her arm, fire the shots. She heard multiple shots, and then she ran away. And then, Judge, we also heard from Ms. Smith, who testified as to the identity of the person in the red sweatshirt. Ms. Smith told us that the person that she saw in the red sweatshirt was the defendant who sits in court today. Ms. Smith also testified that some police officers showed her a 6-pack, wherein she did pick out one person that she recognized, person number 5, who she testified was the person in the red sweatshirt on the day of this incident. Additionally, we heard from Officer Rhonda White, who did tell us that person number 5 in the 6-pack was Diana Evans, the defendant in this case. Police Officer Rhonda White also indicated that there were a number of items both at the scene and inside the SUV vehicle that was towed from the scene accident that did contain the defendant Diana Evans' name on those documents, including disability and medical forms. So, Judge, the people do believe that I have proven to a probable cause standard, second-degree murder, that the defendant was in fact the shooter wearing the red sweatshirt that did pull a gun and fire at the victim in this case. And, Judge, additionally, I would indicate, pursuant to the medical examiner's report, there was 1 gunshot wound to the back of the victim, indicating the intent in this case. So the people do believe, with all of the exhibits that were admitted in the testimony, that the people have met their burden of probable causes to the 2 counts.
Mr. Banks?
Your Honor, I know I inherited this case, but honestly, it's a question of fact regarding what the witness said. And I also like to go on the record that credibility of the witnesses. It's something for circuit court, but it's a question of fact.
I agree, it is a question of fact. The witness that testified, the last witness that testified, in this court's opinion, testified quite credibly. I didn't doubt anything that she said. I thought she was a very good witness for the people. She was able to describe the defendant then as well as now. She identified the defendant at the time that she was shown 6-pack photos. She described the defendant's build, the defendant's hair, the defendant was wearing at the time. have no issue as to her identification of the defendant as the person who did this. If I have any issue whatsoever, it would be why this defendant is not charged with first degree murder premeditated. But people have chosen to charge second degree murder, so I'll stick with that. The court, after hearing the testimony of the witnesses testifying in this preliminary exam, is satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this is committed. I think it was also cute that the defendant allegedly made a phone call to the police trying to cover her tracks, indicating that she was skyjacked or hijacked or whatever the term she wanted to use, explaining why her papers were found at the scene. Then there was testimony that she tried to remove the license plate off the back of the car, all of which trying to conceal the identity of who it was that was involved in this matter. Again, to me, those are all things that would be indicative of the person being premeditated. But I'll leave it at second degree. The court finding those charges with the city of Detroit, the court finding probable cause to believe this defendant will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division of proceedings.
And Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt the court, but people would ask at this time based on the proofs, if the court, the people would seek to amend count one to be first degree premeditated murder based on the proofs. Judge, I think there's evidence of premeditation would be in the number of gunshots. Additionally, Ms. Smith did indicate that she believed the individual in the red sweatshirt to be the aggressor, during the time from the second she stepped out of the vehicle. Additionally, the witnesses heard they heard anywhere from 3 to 5 shots. The time between those shots is the premeditation that the people would need for first degree premeditation. Additionally, I think the evidence is in the nature of the wound. In this case, that the defendant or the victim had a gunshot wound to the upper back. She was shot in the back, which would be indicative also of premeditation and the intent to murder. So people would ask to amend count one at this time.
Why didn't you ask for that initially?
Judge,
The court have to add or bring it up.
I apologize.
Your Honor, may I also? There was testimony that there was an argument. There was nothing regarding premeditated actions of behavior, Your Honor.
Well, you know, counsel, premeditation doesn't have to be hours, it doesn't have to be minutes, it can be seconds, it can just be moments.
Well, it has to
just
be.
so long as it gives appreciation to appreciate the time or reflect on what it is before you take those actions. I have evidence that this young lady was shot in the back.
Your Honor, we have like a road rage.
I look at the actions before, during, and after the incident as well.
It also seems like a road rage incident where there was two.
Even in a road rage incident, if you have time to reflect on your actions before you take it, that's enough.
There's nothing in the record for the people that brought out that she had time to reflect on her actions or her mental state.
Witnesses I heard from established facts.
No, they did not establish anything about her ability to reflect or opine on how.
I heard testimony that after the accident, the young ladies got out the vehicle, had time to canvass their vehicle to see what damage was done, and blamed and got into an argument with the other young lady. At some point in time, pulled a gun and ended up ultimately shooting this woman in the back.
Right.
Now, that wouldn't be a question of fact or a trial of fact because of why? Because of what?
It's a road rage incident. It's a road rage, it'd be case law, I would not see a premeditated in road rage incident, would it be premeditated at all?
Sorry, I have to disagree with you. Even in a road rage incident, if you had time to reflect on those actions before you take, and the example I like to use when talking about premeditation is as you are approaching a traffic light, that traffic light is turning yellow. You have time to decide whether you're going to go through that traffic light that's turned yellow or you're going to stop. That's time enough to reflect on your actions before you take it. It can be just that fast.
No, but that doesn't apply to premeditate first degree, especially when the testimony came out. There's only 1 minute. There's really a 1 minute, 2 minute argument.
Okay, you want to talk over me? That's fine. Okay, finish it. Let me know when I can talk. You sure? There's a lot of people sitting in Michigan Department of Corrections that would disagree with you. A lot of people that I put there personally. That far less evidence than what this defendant has against her. So the court is going to bind over on the first degree murder premeditated based on the testimony that I've heard. I think there is a basis for that. That doesn't mean that second degree murder doesn't fit more appropriately. It just means that people have submitted enough proof to bind over that as well. For a rational trial of fact, find that this was the first degree murder premeditated, I submit to you that they could. Could they find that it's a second degree murder, I submit to you they could. That's why it's going to be left up to a trial of fact to decide.
Thank you.
Again, the arraignment on the information is September 5th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. and will be remanded to the custody of Wayne County Sheriff.
Your Honor, can we get a DSU report order?
On the first degree murder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
None.
Judge, I'm sorry, Miss Ursula Smith was also brought in on a detainer. I told her to wait in the hall and also the termination form. I'm not sure if we're going to come in or just sign the form.
What are these? And premeditated 750, 316.
Yes.
I didn't get a break. Come on. Yes, everything.
I have their exhibit as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gonna go down for lunch till 3 o'clock, I guess. I have parties on the other exam here.
Yes.
Do I have parties on the other exam here?
Yes, they say they got two of them gonna be put down.
They want to.
Have them
yeah,
step
I'll-
in for a second.
Yeah, okay.
They say they have how many witnesses?
Just two is gonna be quick.
Just two. Yeah, right.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Just two is never good. Good afternoon, young man.
Good afternoon.
How you doing today?
Good.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't be worried.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. So we haven't had lunch yet. It's 2 o'clock, but I'm hearing that this exam is supposed to be clear.
I'm gonna fly through.
I got very good questions from the whole state.
This is the second go around too for my civilian witness. This is a COVID time.
I wasn't on that journey.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna put it back to 3.
I need to just look at me.
It's up to my staff. What you guys want? Go through it?
Yeah, so
We
let's
didn't
get it
start at
done.
11:30, you know, right?
Okay.
Come on in.
All right, let's do it. All right, calling case 2356943, people of state Michigan versus defendant number 2, Antoine Lamont Johnson. Defendant is charged with count 4, reckless driving causing death, count 5, reckless driving causing death, count 6, reckless driving, serious impairment of body function. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Sarah Bill on behalf of the people, 84189.
I'm just drawing a bit on behalf of Mr. Johnson, state your name. Who's requested this?
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom. How many witnesses will it be?
2, Your Honor.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin before you call witnesses?
Pardon me, Your Honor?
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with before you call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I have 4, but they're quick. The first one is I'd ask for a mutual sequestration order for my officer in charge who sits to my right, Detective Richard Schwab. He will be my second witness.
Okay.
Your Honor, the second is I will move to amend People's Exhibit 1, pursuant to NCL 76611BD, which is the medical report. We have a stipulation between myself and the defense counsel for the identification of the deceased at the location, that this is the ME report.
That's correct. For examination purposes.
And
Your Honor, may I publish?
yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is People's Exhibit 1, which is entitled the Postmortem Report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner. It certifies that Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner, performed a postmortem examination on the body of Shamira McDonald Early at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office on October 2nd of 2022. The ME case number is 22-13738. In the summary and opinion portion of this document, it states, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple injuries and the manner of death is accident. This report is also signed by the Assistant Medical Examiner.
All right, no objection, Your Honor, for example.
Your Honor, people would move to amend People's Exhibit 2, which is the postmortem report under MCL 76611BD. We have a stipulation that the individual in this ME's report is the deceased located at the scene, Letisa Chisholm, for exam purposes only.
No objection.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 2 is a postmortem report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner. It certifies that Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner, performed a postmortem examination on the body of Letitia Chisholm at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office on October 2nd of 2022. The ME case number is 22-13739. In the summary and opinion portion, it states, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple blunt force injuries. The manner of death is accident, and the report is signed by the Assistant Medical Examiner.
No objection stipulated for exam purposes.
All right.
Your Honor, people would move to amend People's Exhibit 3, which is a portion of the victim's medical records pursuant to MCL 76611B, Section C, for exam purposes only.
So stipulated for exam purposes.
Amen.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, the pertinent portions of this exhibit, on the last page of the exhibit, it states the patient's name as Jadar Hicks. It's dated October 2nd of 2022. The final impression for Mr. Hicks is stomach contusion, pancreatic contusion, ascending colon contusion, left-sided pneumothorax, left-sided pulmonary contusion, left ileum, left superior pubis ramus fracture, left inferior pubic ramus fracture. With that, Your Honor, people are ready to call their first witness.
Okay.
Your Honor, this time people called Jadar Hicks.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box is to you. So that microphone is to the left. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate the name again for the record?
Jadar Hicks Jr.
I want to take you back to the date of October 2nd of 2022. Were you at Amir, Connor, and Mac?
Yes.
Is that in the city of Detroit,
Yes.
County Wayne?
Yes.
And what is at that location?
McDonald's.
And when you're at that location, are you on foot or are you in a vehicle?
So they were.
Okay. At some point, were you leaving this location?
Yes.
When you're leaving this location, are you walking or are you in a vehicle?
In a vehicle.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was black vehicle.
Okay. When I say vehicle, was it a truck, a car?
Car.
Okay. And who was the driver of that vehicle?
Martell.
What's Martell's last name?
Salisbury.
And how many individuals are in that vehicle?
All together.
Where are you located at?
In the back on the right side.
And who's in the front passenger?
Martell, Salisbury, and Tisa. I don't know her last name.
Okay. In the back seat, who's back there with you?
Tasha, she was in the middle, and I don't know the young lady name that was on the right, on the left side.
Okay, but it was a female?
Yes.
And did something happen at that location that brings you in court today?
Yes, we got into an accident.
Okay, when you say you got into an accident, were you pulling out of that location?
Well, I remember it's coming out and seeing lights, and that was it.
Okay, when you say coming out, are you pulling out of the parking lot of McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay. Did you suffer injuries because of this collision?
Yes.
Did you go to the hospital on the day of question?
Yes.
No further questions.
Question, man.
How long were you at the company, Mr. Salisbury, before you got into the accident?
Say it again.
How long were you in the company of Mr. Salisbury before you got into the accident?
For a good while.
How long?
I believe about 5, 6 months, if not long.
The accident occurred on the 22nd, right? You were at work. You were getting off work, right?
I was already off.
You were already off. How long were you, Mr. Salisbury, Martell Salisbury, in the company of each other prior to you being accident? A matter of hours? Minutes?
A few hours.
During that time period that you were in the company of Mr. Salisbury, did you see him drinking the alcohol?
I'm not sure I saw him.
Did you see him ingest any type of controlled substances?
No.
Since smoking marijuana?
No.
You don't know if he drank alcohol?
No.
You don't know or no? He didn't drink?
I didn't know if he did.
Okay, nothing further.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can start now.
Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Detective Richard Schwab.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, sir. You know the routine. Yes, sir. Maybe again, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Detective Richard Schwab,
And where are you currently employed at?
Detroit Police Department, Fatal SWAT Division,
For how long?
going on 9 years.
Were you employed in that capacity on October 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role in this case? What was your title?
I was the officer in charge of this case.
Did your duties take you out of New York, Connor, and Matt
Yes,
on October 2nd of 2022?
yes.
All right, and what brought you to that location?
We were recalled to that scene for a fatal accident,
And when you make that location, is it a residential area or is it a business area?
a business area.
Are there multiple businesses within the area?
Yes.
How many vehicles were on the scene?
There was 2 vehicles.
And where were they located at?
The Jeep Wagoneer was facing southbound. It was on Connor. The Dodge Caliber was on between the, it was on Mac, on the road, or I'm sorry, on Connor, between the road and actually on the sidewalk in front of the gas station.
Okay. Did you locate any injured individuals at that scene?
Yes.
Where were they located at?
There was 2 deceased females. They were located outside of the vehicle.
Which vehicle?
The Dodge Caliber.
And did you obtain video of this incident?
Yes, it did.
Where was this video from?
It was from the gas station, right across the street from the McDonald's.
And Your Honor, people have moved to admit by way of stipulation for exam purposes only, People's Exhibit 4.
Correct stipulation one.
Mr. Strong, that last part of the.
Correct stipulation for exam purposes only.
That's why I didn't hear you.
The video on the screen, what angle is this video showing? What street is that?
That's gonna be facing Connor.
Okay, and when we first observed the Wagner appear in this video, where does it appear at first? The Jeep Wagner.
Is gonna appear in the upper right-hand corner. We'll be traveling to southbound, so it's gonna be going from right to left, coming southbound on Connor.
And the Dodge Caliber, when did we first observe that vehicle on this video?
That vehicle is gonna be coming around the building in the parking lot, exiting the roadway, to make a turn, to make a turn onto Main. I'm sorry, turn onto Connor. I apologize.
People are playing Exhibit 4, starting at 12:22:45 to 12:23. People are stopping the video at 12:23, replaying the video again. (12:22:45 to 12:23). Stopping the video at 12:20. Did you speak to an individual associated with the Jeep Wagner?
Yes, I did.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to that individual and state something they are wearing?
Gentleman sitting on the defense table, wearing a black shirt with glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
So,
Did Mr. Johnson state where he was located at in the Jeep Wagner?
He stated that he was the driver of the vehicle.
Did you download the CDR report for the defendant's vehicle, the Jeep Wagoneer?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Can you people propose exhibit 5? Can you go through that? Does that look familiar? Those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a portion of the CDR report that you downloaded for the Jeep Wagoner?
Yes.
Does that fairly accurately depict the document that you downloaded for the Jeep Wagoner?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I, people would move to amend to exhibit 5.
No objections for that purpose.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Turning to page 2 of the document. At 3 seconds on the report, were you able to get a speed of how fast the defendant was going?
Is that 3 seconds?
Correct.
3 seconds, 73 miles an hour.
And was the defendant braking?
No.
And at 1 second before impact, were you able to obtain a speed of the defendant?
Yes.
What was that speed?
70 miles an hour.
And is there braking?
Yes.
And what's the closest speed limit on Connor?
35.
Okay, and then 0.1 seconds before impact, did you get a speed?
Yes.
And what was that speed?
52 miles an hour. And braking.
No further questions,
Question,
Officer, during the course of your investigation of this accident, the driver of the Dodge Caliber, Martell Salisbury, you determined that he did not have a valid license.
Yes.
So he did not have a.
He did not have a valid license.
We're also able to determine that he pulled out of the defendant's driveway without moving.
Yes.
That is a civil infraction, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Salisbury was sent to the Ascension Hospital after this accident. He went to the hospital.
He went to St. John's
St.
Hospital. Yes.
And,
Reception.
and there was blood work drawn from Mr. Salisbury.
For just medical purposes.
Was there a blood draw for alcohol in the system that you know?
No.
Was there a blood draw for the type of controlled substances?
Just if it was anything, it was not on behalf of myself or anyone in our unit did not do that. It was, if anything was done for medical
Did
purposes.
you review his medical records?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Yes.
No further witnesses for the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, we have one exhibit in which to amend for the market as exhibit number 8. By stipulation, these are medical records of the co-defendant, the driver of the Captain Martell Salisbury. For example,
So stipulated to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Committed.
Okay. That's, and no witnesses.
All right.
Your Honor, your testimony from Jadar Hicks that he was in the co-defendant's vehicle, he suffered injuries, his medical report has been exhibited. We also watched a traffic video showing that the defendant was driving down Connor Street when the co-defendant did pull in front of him, he failed to yield to being the co-defendant. We have testimony that per his CPR report, he was driving, he being the defendant, 73 miles per hour, 3 seconds before impact. The posted speed limit is 35 miles per hour. So that means in a business area with multiple businesses around multiple driveways, the defendant's driving almost 40 miles per hour over the speed. With that, Aaron, people, that's where we're asking to show that it's willful and wanton to drive at that speed in the business area. We're asking for reckless driving. I just want to touch base now about causation. If there's going to be any kind of argument with that. My position is that is a question for the jury to decide as far as causation. We have but for, there's no argument, but for him driving the vehicle, it's the proximate cause. Is it the co-defendant's actions that supersede to break any kind of link to this defendant when he is not now being held accountable? My argument, as always, is foreseeability. That's for a jury to decide. Is it foreseeable that driving that business area with multiple driveways, that some individual may fail to yield and they may cut you off? And obviously, it's my position that yes, an individual as a driver, that would happen. As far as the medical records, I stipulated to them. What it's going to show is that the co-defendant is positive for benzodiazepines. 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 It's not an opiate. There's no expert to testify here that if he's positive for this, how much is that is in his blood system and how much of effect it's having. A basic Google search that I had to do just to confirm, because again, there is no expert. This is for anti-anxiety, sleeping disorder, alcohol withdrawals. We have no idea if this individual had it in their system 24 hours ago, 5 hours prior, or anything like that. That's why he's not charged with a living law. It's ethanol, which he has alcohol in his system, is at 0.7. That needs to be converted. Ethanol into a blood alcohol content. Typically, there's an expert that has to be brought in. So from a 0.7, that could be converted all the way down to a 0.03 or 0.04. So I stipulated to the medical records, however, I don't find that they have any relevance in this case. And with that, Your Honor, we'll just discuss here.
The key in order to find Mr. Johnson over the reckless driving cause of death, the applicable cases, Speaker versus Schaefer, cited at 473. Speak up from the police. The applicable cases, People versus Schaefer, cited at 473-418. That's a 2005 case. People versus Bureau. That's VERROR 475-316 2006 case. Those cases stand for the proposition the defendant conduct is the factual cause of an injury if the injury would not have occurred but for the defendant's conduct. For a defendant conduct regarded as the proximate cause, the victim's injury must be a direct and natural result of the victim's action. In determining whether proximate causation exists, it is necessary to examine whether there was an intervening cause that superseded the defendant's conduct, such that the causal link between the defendant's conduct and the victim's injury was broken. In this particular case, the superseding intervening causes are: one, Mr. Salisbury failing to yield when he entered onto the public road. If he had yielded, this accident would not have happened. That's number one. Number two, the fact that he didn't have a license. Number three, you have his medical records. You see the diazepam. Judge, that is an opioid at a minimum. What it's used for is depression, which causes drowsiness, delayed reactions. Not supposed to get this from you? No, it's in the report as to what was in the system. And I'm just describing to the court. You're telling me what the effect of this medicine has. Is that in this report as well? That's not in the report, but that is in fact. You're testifying to the story you made. He also had cannabis. We all know that's marijuana. We also know that he had ethanol in the system, which is alcohol. Judge, here you have a man that has controlled substances in his system, no license, and failing to yield. It's our position that those are superseding events that broke the nexus between Mr. Johnson's speeding and the accident. So what about the but-for argument? But for him speeding, he wouldn't have
let's say he was doing 35 instead of over 70 miles per hour. Is it foreseeable that going that rate of speed with someone, whether in a car or a person, because kids run across the street like that all the time? If not, but for him speeding at the rate that he was speeding, he wouldn't have caused or gotten to that accident. He would have had sufficient time to stop or slow down.
That would be true, Judge, if Mr. Salisbury had yielded before he came into the intersection, and if he had a valid license.
Wouldn't you feel a lot better though, that, let's say, you didn't do any of those things? So let's say your client was going 35 miles per hour, or even 40 miles per hour. And then this co-defendant, under all these substances, didn't yield and pulled out to the roadway.
Okay.
I think your argument will be stronger under those circumstances than it is the guy going 70 miles an hour and 30 mile or 35 mile per hour zone.
That's right. The appropriate charges, Your Honor, should be a moving violation in an automobile causing death, rather than reckless causing death.
Why is that?
Because if it's
You
more,
don't think that's reckless?
what
And it's
drive-
not a question of what fits better or fits more, it's a question of have the people put evidence on each and every element of the crime that's charged. Not if something else fits better. It may very well fit somewhere else better. But that's not my purpose or my function. My purpose and my function is to determine if they met from a probable cause standpoint, each and every element charged.
And one of the things they have to show is that there was no superseding event between Mr. Johnson's conduct and this accident. And they can't show that when you have Mr. Salisbury under, and there's three factors that the court has to consider. One, the man didn't have a license. Judge, he never should have been on the road to begin with. If he had not been on the road, this accident would not have happened. If he had yielded before coming onto the public road, this accident never would have happened. So when you say, but for Mr. Johnson speeding at 70 miles an hour, but for Mr. Salisbury not being behind that car, but for Mr. Salisbury yielding, but for Mr. Salisbury not having these controlled substances in his system, this accident wouldn't happen. And the fact that we're even bantering about it and going back and forth about it, or even discussing it, shows that there is, that nexus has been broken between causation and his action that caused, which they claim caused the accident. We can think that it did not.
So by the same token, using your same analysis, but for the fact him speeding going 70 miles an hour in 35 mile per hour zone, he wouldn't be sitting here right now. But for that, how's that any different than if he was driving 100 miles an hour?
Judge, if he was going 10 miles an hour over and there was an accident and Mr. Salisbury was operating that vehicle without a license, going to yield and still had those substances in his system, he still would not be.
I don't know if that would be reckless though. He was going 10 miles an hour over, as opposed to 40.
Well, it depends what else is going on when he's going 10 miles an hour. I mean,
Give
if
me
he's
an
weaving in
for
and out,
instance, what are you talking
I mean, if he's weaving in and out of traffic, he's doing donuts or whatever. And when I was driving, Judge, you drive reckless at 10 miles an hour, just as you drive reckless at 70 miles an hour. But that's not the issue, whether he was driving 90 miles an hour. We can think, I agree he was driving 70 miles an hour. I agree. I agree that he was involved in the accident. I agree that he was a contributing factor to the accident. But that's not the issue for the court. What this court has to find is whether or not there was a break in that causation. And if there was a break in that causation between him speeding at 70 miles an hour in the accident, if there was some intervening cause that superseded him speeding, then he cannot be bound over on these charges. And the factors that I'm pointing to the court that are superseding is what I reiterated those three items that I listed. So with that, we would object to the finding and ask that, the charges be reduced to moving violations.
Anything else, Mr. Miller?
Just briefly, and the fact that we're having a conversation, and where I'm saying that it's foreseeable, defense counsel is saying that it's not foreseeable, that itself said we know that there is a question of that should go to a jury to make that decision as, is it foreseeable? That's it.
Judge, it's not foreseeable that I'm driving down the road, down the Lodge Freeway, and I'm gonna get into an accident with a person who doesn't have a license. I'm assuming that when I get on the road, everybody else out there is driving legally. I assume that everybody else is gonna follow the traffic laws.
I'm assuming that everybody's not gonna be exceeding the speed limit by 45 miles per hour either.
I expect that too, and I would assume that too. But that's not the issue, Judge. The issue is, was there an intervening act between this speeding and that accident? So he could have been going 200 miles an hour. All right, sir, that may be out of norm, which is.
That would be reckless. Let's call it what it is.
Say it's reckless. He caused an accident. But was him going 200 miles an hour over at these NASCAR speed, was there any intervening causes between his driving?
We would have quite a different scenario if the person hit him as he was speeding. He hit someone. That could have been anybody. It's foreseeable that someone could have come out of the roadway and been on the receiving end of being struck by his vehicle exceeding the speed of about 40 miles an hour. All right, court is satisfied that people have met the burden of probable cause as relates to charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be listed in the defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be September 12, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. I'm sorry, what was that date? September 12th.
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson would be addressed the issue of this tender. He is not a flight risk in any cases. This is his first contact with the justice system. He appeared for his probable cause conference. He came early today for his exam. He's asking that he tell the
I have you guys in service, by the way.
People would object to the removal of the tender. Mr. Johnson has in May 2019 failure to appear in court, and that the original charge was drove without a license, suspended, revoked, or denied. Also, on September 15, 2018, failure to appear in court. This is for full judgment, failure to display a valid license. With this, Your Honor, these serious charges, he's now facing a felony, which is a 15-year felony. So again, the charges itself. So we would ask that the top of the meeting.
All right, so given his attendance problem, we want to make sure that we don't lose track of it. All right.
nothing further about the text.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
you so much for the time.
All
Always good
right.
to see you.
Good to see you too. You be
Thank you.
safe out there, okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
Everybody have a good day. I left the water.
Is it?
It's like a gray on the spot. No, not that.
So you don't take it.
All right, take care. What? Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time.